Dandino with space, lines it up, knocks it down. Canada, we're looking to try and take that possession. It will be a Kenya ball from the top. The ball has to be cleared over the arc as Wanjira works against Steves. Wanja, too strong. Lai secures it for Canada. Into Dandino. Dandino, reverse is good! And Steve's underneath the basket. She's going to go with the reverse. That one didn't drop, but Dandino's there. Receives the pass, puts the ball back in the basket. Ambassa has Wanjira. Wanjira, too strong. Back with Canada. Ball needs to be cleared. Referee signalling that the ball did not go beyond the arc as Dandino finds Steves under the hoop, banks it in, and it's 14 points for Canada. Dandino intercepts the pass. Steves alone underneath the basket, turns into it, and Tamara Steves adds another for Canada. Wanja, 2 seconds. Time will expire. The substitution for Canada, Elodie Tessier back into the game. Katie Dandino goes to the bench. And substitutions, 3x3, teams can take them when there is a timeout or a dead ball. Teams call the substitutions themselves. As you can see, there is no head coach out there for the teams. Teams will have coaches that they practice with, and game plan with, but when they're out on the court, it's all in the players' hands. See that fantastic reverse layup from Katie Dandino there. Such a long reach, able to scoop the ball round the basket. Such an incredibly talented player, absolutely always shows out when she's on the big stage as well, whether she's playing at the Paralympics and Euro Cup finals. Wherever she goes, she shows out on the court and shows exactly what she can do and what she does for Canada basketball. So teams back out on the floor as Rahel Arkoff in for Kenya. And Puissant Lai out of the timeout gets buckets. Wanjira. Arkoff against Steves. That's short, picked up by Tessier. Inside to Steves, gets it to drop. Arkoff, and off the front of the rim, chases down her own rebound. Great hustle there from Arkoff, as the shot won't fall for Kenya. Lai. Extra pass down to Steves, underneath the basket, doing as she has done all game long. Right place, right time for Tamara Steves. And a foul on the floor. That will put Kenya on 2 fouls for the team. Canada have the ball back. We have 2:26 to play. Canada up 18-0 here. If Canada reach 21, as Steves puts them up to 19. 21 is the golden number for Canada. If they hit 21 before the end of 10 minutes, they will win this Group B matchup. And it will take them to 2-0 in the standings. So Tessier will take it from the top for Canada. Guarded by Wanjira. Tessier has space. Looking to get to the basket. Great screen there from Steves. Getting her teammate free. And for Canada, the next basket will win for them up to 20 points. Arkoth. Shots up and just doesn't fall for Kenya. Unlucky for that not to drop. As Lai from the elbow to win it! Banks it in, and Puissant Lai takes Canada up to 21 points. They go to 2-0 in Group B. One more game to come for them tomorrow against South Africa at 1:35 tomorrow. And for Kenya, they go again against Spain. That's at 1:10 local time tomorrow. So congratulations to Canada. Coming up very shortly, we will have the Group A matchup between South Africa and Great Britain. That will be up very shortly at 5:45 today. So keep it locked to the IWBF YouTube channel. Loads more action to come. We'll be back very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our next contest between the ladies from South Africa taking on the Great Britain. And introducing first the home team. Wearing number 9, Michelle Makote.
Up next, we have the Group A fixture between South Africa and Great Britain. South Africa played earlier today, losing to Australia 17-2. They're a really young team building on their 3x3 experience. As we see them come out on court wearing the white jerseys today. Michelle Mokinetti and Asive Gilifile have represented South Africa at the Under-25 World Championships in 2023, gaining that international experience, and they are alongside Aviwe Ngoni and Duduzela Gwaza. A young team with a lot of potential, a lot of talent out there on the floor for South Africa, receiving a big cheer from the crowd, a lot of support there. Out here today for the host nation. And Great Britain will have
coming in wearing jersey number
their
9.
turn to take to the court. They come out to cheers from the crowd. Got some Great Britain and Scottish support in the crowd. Great Britain in their blue jerseys today. And Great Britain won 12-3 in their opening group game against Switzerland. They have 3 Paralympians out on the floor representing this weekend. Robin Love, three-time Paralympians, Robin Love and Jude Hamer. They've done it so many times we can't keep count. They are out on court along with Jess White and Kaylee English. They'll be looking to move to 2-0 in Group A. Group games taking place today and tomorrow morning for the quarterfinals tomorrow afternoon, and then the semi-finals, finals and placing games on Sunday. Love and Mokinetti flip for the first possession. So before we get things underway, a big thank you to the IWBF for putting on such a great event for wheelchair basketball. South Africa, as the organisers of this tournament, have done an absolutely brilliant job here in Sun City. We have a fantastic venue. Teams having a great time here over the course of the tournament with lots of support. It's been great to see, and it's been a real opportunity to showcase the growth of 3x3 and the potential for teams, giving countries that don't always get that opportunity on the world stage for them to show exactly what they can do out there on the basketball court. So it will be first possession to South Africa, and Asive Gilifile will start things off.
And South Africa to take us off in 5, 4, 3, hex 3, game time.
And we're underway. Gilifile with the first possession, guarded by Love. 4 seconds on the shot clock. Gilifile. Long pass over will go out of bounds, so GB with a chance here to get onto the scoreboard. Great Britain with players out on the floor. All 3 players out on the floor represented Team Scotland at the Commonwealth Games as Love to the basket. Can't get the layup to go. Dishes off to White, and White banks it in for Great Britain. Gets the team on the scoreboard. Gilifile under the hoop, answers for South Africa. Gilifile, one of the most exciting young players out there on the court for South Africa, as Hamer answers right back for Great Britain. It's a 2-1 GB lead as White knocks the ball out of bounds. South Africa will have possession. Gilifile, the MVP of the Africa Zone qualifying tournament for the Under-25 World Championships back in 2023. Puts it up from the foul line. White gets the rebound for GB. Love. Pass pass over to Hamer will just go out of bounds. So it's South Africa ball. Gilifile. Passing inside, Ngoni under the basket, has to pass back out. Shot hits the back iron, and GB get another chance. Love into Hamer. Quick passing there from Great Britain. But Gwaza comes away with the rebound. Hamer sees White under the basket. Too strong. Love's there for the rebound. Passes back to Hamer. They'll finish, and that connection between Robin Love and Jude Hamer, so in sync out there on the basketball court. They know exactly where each other will be, have played together for so long, and it's great to see out there. Gwaza, shot is good! And Duduzile Gwaza hits for South Africa, a tough shot. As GB have numbers here, and Hamer puts the ball in the basket. Ngoni. Ball's knocked away. Love clears it from behind the arc. Love weaving her way through to the basket. Gets the whistle on the play. She's going to go to the line for a free throw. And Robin Love captained Team Scotland back in 2022 at the Commonwealth Games. And the court the teams are playing on today, this is the court from the Commonwealth Games. So there might be a little bit of familiarity there if Robin Love can remember the court she played on nearly 3 years ago. Nets the free throw. And ball will go off a wheel, out of bounds. GB look to increase this lead. It's a 5-2 lead for GB. Hamer. Love cutting to the basket. That's good. And cheers from Great Britain and Scottish contingent in the crowd, echoing around after that Love basket. Hamer inside, gets it to go. That's a tough shot over Gwaza. Gwaza against Love, puts it up and won't fall. GB possession, 7-2 lead here. Just over 7 minutes to play. Love has Hamer under the basket. That's good. And the foul. Hamer gonna go to the foul line. Chance for an extra shot here, but first we will have a timeout. So it is an 8-2 lead here for Great Britain over South Africa. 6:59 to play. In 3x3 we are playing 10-minute games. It's a 12-minute shot clock, and the team that is leading after 10 minutes or the first to 21 points is the winner. So a big thank you to everybody watching live on the IWBF YouTube channel. Remember to like and subscribe. We're bringing you all the games from across the weekend. Follow along on social media as there's some great clips out there, some really good interviews with the players as well, talking about their experience at 3x3. As Hamer will be at the line for a free throw. Jude Hamer playing for the London Titans in the Premier Division in the UK this season. Gets the roll. Takes Great Britain up to 9 points. And Gilifile answers underneath the basket for South Africa. Hamer against Ngoni. Shots off the rim. Mokinetti chases it down. Great hustle there from Michelle Mokinetti to get the rebound. Ngoni's shots too strong. White picks it up for GB. Kaylee English has subbed into the game for the first time for Great Britain. Finds White, roll into the basket. The ball will go out of bounds. Great Britain have possession. Hamer. See her directing her teammates out on the floor. A real leader out on court. Hamer has space. And goes out of bounds. Coming up after this game, it will be the men's Group A game between the UAE and GB. John Hobbs will be taking you through that one. Back out on court, Michelle Mocanetti. Helped up by English. GB will have the ball back. 6:08 to play here. Hamer puts it up. And too strong. Ball goes out of bounds. South Africa will get the ball back. Oh, that was off. It was off South Africa, so it is GB ball. Love back into the game for Great Britain. Love works around the outside. Makes some space. White cut into the basket. Banks it in. 7-point lead for GB. Mocanetti back to Gilifile from the baseline. Doesn't fall. As Love finds English, roll into the hoop. That's too strong, and Gilifile grabs the rebound. Gilifile is such a strong rebounder. We saw her leading the Under-25 World Championships in 2023 in rebounds per game, pulling down just under 17 rebounds a game. You can see exactly why. She's showing you out there on court how she does that as Kaylee English drops in her first point of the tournament. Love intercepts the pass. And he's going to take it all the way to the basket. And GB up to 12 here. Gilifile fading away. Won't fall. Love from the elbow. That's good. Three-time Paralympian continues to score for Great Britain. As South Africa look to answer. Mocanetti. Pass is too strong. GB will get it back. 4:27 to play here. A 13-3 lead for Great Britain. As a substitution for South Africa, and Duduzile Gwaza will come back into the game. Hamer against Gwaza. Shot short. Gilifile with the rebound and taken away by Gwaza. Strong defensive stance there from Gwaza to secure the rebound for South Africa. And Gilifile will take it from the top. Works against Love. Gwaza, shot is off. Oh, it's in! It's in! It looked like it was about to bounce off. Another big shot from Gwaza. Hamer underneath the hoop, off the rim. Rebound South Africa. And Ngoni into Gilifile. Gets that to go. And South Africa on a roll here. Love weaving through traffic. Takes it all the way to the basket. Puts a stop to that South Africa run. Gwaza lines it up and won't go that time. White has it for GB. Hamer, reverse, too short, gets her own rebound, and a foul will go against South Africa. We will have a timeout with 3:16 to go. Great Britain leading 14-5, but a couple of nice baskets there from South Africa going on a little bit of a run the last minute or so. We see Gwaza again hitting a big shot as she did earlier today. They were playing against Australia. And as we've spoken about before, this is a young South African team with a lot of potential. They're really building their experience in 3x3. And especially with a young group of players who were representing at the Under-25 World Championships. They'll be certainly keeping an eye on the LA Paralympics in 2028. Coach Panyana has said, you know, it's a goal, it's an attainable goal that they want to try and get to. As Love steals the ball, clears it. Hamer under the hoop. Easy two for Jude Hamer. GB now up to 16 points. Gwaza. Too much on the pass as GB will have it back. Hamer. Over to Love, that's too strong. The ball goes back in South Africa, and it's been so great this weekend to see the growth of 3x3. There's such a buzz about the game. It's a really fast-paced, dynamic game, and the IWBF doing a really great job to build those pathways for 3x3. As Gwaza, pops out. Love with the rebound for GB. 2:30 to go. Love dishes inside to Hamer. And Gilifile with yet another rebound for South Africa. She's been so good on the boards today, as she is in every game. Shot doesn't fall, but Love has it. Love space from the foul line, nets it. As Love takes Great Britain up to 17 points. Gilifile needs to clear the ball. Finds Gwaza and they waved it off. The ball wasn't cleared. But even though that didn't count, that is just another example of Dudizile Gwaza hitting difficult shots. Didn't count, but it's a great shot. Just under 2 minutes to play here. As Love takes it for GB. Round to Hamer. Won't go. Gilifile finds Ngoni. And White takes it away. Love is there. Ball's cleared. 4 seconds. Love roll into the hoop. Finishing at the rim. Mokinedi. Looking for the pass. 1 second. Going to have to put something up. Time will expire. And a shot clock violation. So Great Britain will get the ball back. Hamer inside to Love and gets the roll. GB 2 points away from 21 here. Ngoni. Gilifile working against Hamer. Gilifile back to Mokinedi, shots off the rim. And GB possession. English back into the game for Great Britain. Finds Love. Just too strong there. And South Africa will have it. Mokinedi will take it from the top. Gilifile, it's up and off the rim. Mokinedi, a leader out on the floor for this South African team. She's spoken about wanting to put South Africa on the map and show the wheelchair world what they can do out on the basketball court. As White for GB, in off the glass. Mokinedi looking to pass out of it. Ngoni's there. Gilifile, 2 seconds. Gilifile at the buzzer. Too strong. English has it for Great Britain. Intercepted by Gillifile. Another chance here for South Africa. Mokinedi. Love with time winding down. 6 seconds in the game. And one more basket will win it for Great Britain. And Robin Love hits just before the buzzer to give Great Britain a 21-point win to 5 over South Africa. They move to 2-0 in Group A.
Congratulations.
And Great Britain will face off against Australia tomorrow at 12:45. And South Africa will be playing at Switzerland at 12:20. So coming up after this game, it will be the UAE and GB in Group A for the men's team. John Hobbs will be with you for that game, and then the women's session will be back at 8:40 for Group B, Spain and South Africa, and then the final game of the day, it will be the Group A matchup between Australia and Switzerland. So stay tuned to the IWBF YouTube channel because you don't want to miss a second of the action, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, on to our next contest. Help me welcome the men from the UAE taking on Great Britain. Coming in, wearing wearing jersey number 10, Mohammed Al-Hashim. Following suit number 15, Ramzan Murad Qasim.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Sun City here in South Africa for the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Welcome to the evening session, the final session of day one. Of course, the women tipped us off in style, and now the men will take to the floor. And our next encounter pitting the United Arab Emirates against Great Britain. There are the United Arab Emirates: Mohammed Al-Shami, Mohammed Al-Hebzi, Mansour Al-Nakbi, and Jazim Ramzan. And Great Britain now coming out onto the floor. Callum Sloan, Finlay Erskine, Finlay Tonner, and Ben Leach will take to the floor. United Arab Emirates currently 2-1 in Group A against Great Britain, who are currently 0-2, searching for their first win. This GB team made up of mainly players from Scotland. And there are a lot of GB fans, many of whom who have travelled from Scotland to be here in Sun City. There are the fans of Great Britain in good voice. Great to see. There's the Union Jack and the Scottish flag right there. As the coin toss will pit who starts this game. Of course, if you're unfamiliar to 3x3 basketball, 12-second shot clocks. This game will be 10 minutes long. It's first to 21. Whoever gets to 21 first gets the win, or whoever leads after 10 minutes will be the victor. If there is no clear winner, then obviously we will have overtime, and then it's first to 2 points. Great Britain playing in blue, United Arab Emirates in white. And it looks like Great Britain will get us started here in this Pool A matchup. Of course, after this game we will have Croatia against Kenya, the other Pool A game, before the action switches over to Pool B. Men's games for day one will end at 8:15 when Austria take on Spain, before the women end day one. And Great Britain get the first possession, and Finlay Erskine on the ball. Finlay Erskine, who has started from the bench in the first two games, now starting as Callum Sloan misses the two, or misses the one-pointer. Al-Nakbi fading away and no good. Erskine with the rebound. Erskine gets it back. Erskine in his favourite spot. And Great Britain off the board. Ramzan doesn't get it to go. And on the follow, and good from Mohammed, or Mansour Al-Nakbi. Here is Mansour Al-Nakbi. Great pass inside, finishes no good from Al-Hebzi, who gets his own rebound, and Erskine collects. Here is Tonner. Erskine rattles around and out. Finlay Erskine playing his basketball in Germany, a product of the Lothian Phoenix. As Tonner with the rebound. Tonner still has it. Erskine loses the ball, and Al-Hebzi with the steal. Ramzan, Al-Nakbi, who was so dominant in the last United Arab Emirates game. still has another bite of the cherry and gets it to go. 3 times a charm for the United Arab Emirates, who take a 2-1 lead. Erskine looking to tie and does. Al-Hebzi. Al-Nakbi a 2. That's short. And that will go out of bounds. Great Britain will get the possession. United Arab Emirates beating Kenya 19-9 in their last game. Al-Nakbi, and a whistle has gone as Finley Tonner hit the deck. Great Britain currently 0-2 here in Group A, desperate to get their first win in these World Championships, and the finish there inside for Mohamed Al-Hebzi. And Mansour Al-Nakbi's glasses just came off, so play stops. Good sportsmanship there between Al-Nakbi and Tonner. And the UAE will get the ball back. Al-Hebzi. Al-Nakbi back to the basket. Good defense from Leach, but Tonner can't hang on. Leach picks it up and Leach reclaims. 4 to shoot for Great Britain here. Leach has to put it up, and that's no good. That'll be a shot clock violation, and the United Arab Emirates get the ball as we come up to 3 minutes played here in this game. There is Callum Sloan coming back in. Finley Erskine takes a breather. Ramzan Al-Nakbi under the basket. Right now, UAE having all the luck and all the joy inside. The majority of their points have come under the hoop. Of course, we saw Great Britain defeating South Africa a moment ago in the women's draw. 5 to shoot. There's a clutter of players. Al-Nakbi puts up a long 2. That goes out of bounds. Of course, all points count as 1s and 2s here in the 3x3 format. There's a timeout called on the floor. And the United Arab Emirates leading 4 to 2 over Great Britain. Let's look at some of the highlights thus far. As mentioned, the majority of points for the United Arab Emirates coming under the basket. As you look at the wonderful court that graces us here at Sun City, the same court that was used at the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, and the Commonwealth Games will return to Glasgow. There's representatives from the Commonwealth Games here checking out the action as Leach doesn't get it to fall, and the ball will go out of bounds. Here is Al-Nakbi, and the ball batted around as Finley Tonner hits the deck. And of course, this wonderful venue, Sun City, has hosted many incredible musical acts over the years as well, since opening in the late 70s. Elton John being one of those performers. So many great musical superstars have graced this wonderful resort here just outside of Rustenburg. Here is Leach. Leach will put one up and bank one home. Al-Nakbi. Ramzan off the glass, and a whistle has gone. That basket will not count. Tonner. Great Britain trailing by 1. And a whistle has gone. And Great Britain will get a free throw and a chance to tie the game as we have played 4 minutes and a bit of change here in this Group A encounter. The majority of the teams have played 2 games thus far. A couple of teams have played 3, notably Poland, who have remained unbeaten here in day 1. So the game is tied here at 4. Al-Nakbi has the ball. El-Hebzi was driving to the hoop, but a whistle went before he unleashed El-Hebzi to the cup. Ramzan. And a bit of a miscommunication there, and Callum Sloan says, thank you very much, I'll take that. Here is Tonner under the basket, under a great amount of pressure, and a whistle has gone. Referees from all over the world taking charge of these IWBF 3x3 championships. And the lady with the whistle calling that, Kenya's Natasha Onono. Tonner will get another attempt at the foul line. Chance for Great Britain to have the lead here, but Tonner fluffs his lines from the stripe. And now there's a battle for the board. Philly Tonner, such a tenacious competitor, looking to get the ball off Mansour Al-Nakbi. GB get the ball back, 5:29 to play, and full head of steam, and an offensive foul has been called. And that'll be a second team foul on Great Britain. It's Finley Erskine, and will stay on the end line for GB, and also on the end line for the United Arab Emirates is Mohamed Al-Shimi. And we have a timeout on the United Arab Emirates, and Great Britain deadlocked at 4 apiece, 5:19 to play. Of course, this wonderful facility, Sun City, hosting the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Opened in the late 70s. It is one of South Africa's premier resorts in this wonderful country. Many incredible music acts have graced the stage here in this very venue, in this very Super Bowl, in matter of fact. And loads of the artists' souvenirs, such as drum sets, guitars, take place and reside in one of the many hotels that grace Sun City. And the United Arab Emirates retake the lead through Mohamed Al-Hebzi. And Al-Hebzi gets another one to go. And the United Arab Emirates, off the steal, get a 2-point lead. And Tonner just about collects. Erskine gets it. Erskine from 6 feet, short. Ramzan the rebound. And again, 3 straight scores for Mohamed Al-Hebzi. And Finley Erskine responds. Great bounce pass from Ramzan. 4 points in a row for the United Arab Emirates, all coming from Mohamed Al-Hebzi. Right now, the United Arab Emirates create a bit of separation between themselves and Great Britain. Still a long way to go, though. 4:24 to play. We have a timeout on the floor. After this game, we will have Croatia taking on Kenya. 2 teams just warming up as we speak. Croatia in their First international foray into the world stage against Kenya. Also in their first World Championships on this stage. And of course, gracing the 3x3 format. Great to have so many teams from Africa taking part in these World Championships here in South Africa. And right now, the United Arab Emirates on a roll, leading 9-5. As Erskine comes out and Leach comes in. Ben Leach, a registered nutritionist, personal trainer outside of wheelchair basketball, has really dedicated his craft to prepare for these World Championships. Finley Tonner with the rebound off the miss from El Hebzi. Here is Leach, who did well to collect, but a 3-second violation is the call. And another timeout has been called here with 3:56 to play. Both teams staying disciplined as we enter the final stretch of this contest. 3 team fouls for GB, just 2 for the UAE. Of course, for all the news, and if you want to keep updated with the scores from today and the table and the standings from both the men and the women's World Championships, then head over to IWBF.org. Of course, don't forget to follow the IWBF on all social media platforms. So much coming out of Sun City. There's a Ramzan, great pass inside and a great finish. Under a lot of pressure from Al Habzi. Here is Leach. Leach finds a bit of daylight and buries a long two. And that'll do his confidence and Great Britain's confidence the world of good, because at this time, the United Arab Emirates were starting to flex their muscles a little bit. Ramzan going to the cup, puts it in and a foul. Will that count? Just checking with the table here, the officials, just to see if that will count. So there'll be a little delay here. It was a great drive to the basket. You see our referee Natasha Onono from Kenya just conferring with our table. Table officials from South Africa and Brazil just looking over the final plays there. .325 to play, or 3:26 to play, excuse me. In fact, it is 3:25 to play. I know how long is left. So that basket will count for the UAE. So now they lead 11-7. Chance to make it 12-7, which Ramzan cannot convert. Here is Leach. Leach goes to the midi, puts it in. Al-Nakbi, bullet pass inside. That was a beautiful find. The extra pass, Ramzan, the finish inside. Tonner lobs it to Leach, but it's stolen away. Al-Nakbi. Ramzan putting the moves on Leach, fading away, no whistle call. Great Britain get on with it, another steal. Al-Nakbi. Al-Nakbi going to the basket, met by Tonner, puts it up, knocks it down. (13-8), 2:32 remaining. Tonner, uninterrupted to the basket, pulls up and scores. Ramzan, extra pass. And right now, the United Arab Emirates carving Great Britain apart inside. And a whistle has gone. And the United Arab Emirates get the ball back from the foul line. And no good was Ramzan. And the ball will go out of bounds. Great Britain pick it up as we enter the final 2 minutes. And right now, Great Britain trail by 5. Still not out of this, though. That's a 2-pointer for Leach. Doesn't get it to go. The ball goes out of bounds. And I think Great Britain will get that ball back. Tonner fading away. Long. It's rebounded by Leach. Still 14-9. Tonner composes himself. That's off to the right. 6 to shoot. Good defense from Great Britain, and they'll get the ball back. But for the defensive pressure they're putting on, they need to convert that into points with 1:30 to play. Tonner sees a gap inside. Al-Nakbi meets him. Tonner can't get the shot to fall. And now 1:15 remaining. Here is Ramzan. Ramzan carving his way inside. The finish from Al-Habsi. 15-9, 1:06 to play. Tonner. Here is Leach. Leach creates a bit of space between himself and Al-Habsi and gets it to go. Final minute. Ramzan. And that ball just about stays in. And Leach with the steal. Tonner has it. Quick scores needed for Great Britain. Tonner under the basket. It's stolen by Al-Nakbi. Ramzan. Offensive foul has been called. That's the third foul on the UAE. Leach getting on with it. Creates a bit of space. He'll go for the 2. And that's an air ball. And 24.3 to play. Each team could have a possession each here as the referee just gives Ben Leach a warning for an unfair check. And in fact, there'll be free throws for that. So the UAE now have a chance with that warning to actually extend their lead further, which they do. Ramzan with 2 to shoot. Ramzan nearly put the exclamation point there on what will be a victory for the United Arab Emirates. Leach in no man's land as the clock winds down, and the United Arab Emirates get a 16-10 win over Great Britain. 3-1 now in Group A. For the men in white, the UAE, whereas Great Britain fall to 0-3. As the evening session continues here at Sun City, Croatia against Kenya will be next. That'll be tipping off in around 5 minutes' time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to our next contest. Croatia versus Kenya. First to come out, the team from Croatia. At number 7, Stevan Pesic. Coming in at number 8, Nikola Bistrovic. Number 9, Ademir Demirovic. Last but not least, number 11, Ante Stimac.
Ademir Demirovic and Ante Stimac take to the floor as they get ready to take on Kenya. Croatia with just the one win thus far that came against Great Britain, looking for their second victory, but it'll be a difficult task against a really energetic and tenacious Kenya side who are searching for their first win here in Group A. And Kenya certainly will make it tough for them. A team full of veterans led by Itiken Temoi, Milton Ilahoya, also a star on this Kenya team. Milton Ilahoya used to be a former wheelchair tennis player before focusing fully on wheelchair basketball. He's in the middle, the number 7. Caleb Odio, Itiken Temoi, Milton Ilahoya and Robert Kimathu. As you see the coin toss there, Croatia look to have won it, and we'll see who will get the first possession. And it looks like Croatia will start us off here as the evening session continues. Here, as you see, are referees who have done an incredible job here on day 1 here at Sun City, as Australia and South Africa warm up on the practice courts behind us. And we are underway here as Croatia with Ante Stimac, who just has freedom of the land to get the first score up and running for Croatia. Ilahoya. Milton Ilahoya stops, doesn't get the shot to go though. Stimac's pass was deflected, but it goes right to Pesic. And Stepan Pesic misses from the baseline. Ilahoya now exploding to the basket, spins, tries to create some space, and it's rebounded by Demirovic. Stimac, and the ball is loose as Demirovic couldn't hang on, and Kenya will get the ball back. And the shot is good from Temoi. Tied at 1 here, Demirovic, who has been Croatia's danger man for as long as he has donned the red and white checked vest. As mentioned, averaged 24 points, 13 rebounds at the European Division B Championships last year for Croatia. The number 9 who has the ball under the basket and puts it in easy as you like. And there'll be a warning there for Ante Stimac, who put the ball out of bounds when the ball went in. So one more and referees can call a technical. Here is Kimothu. Kimothu deflected by Demirovic. That goes out of bounds. Despite Demirovic's protests, Kenya will keep the ball. 2-1 in favour of Croatia as we have played 1 minute and 20 seconds of this one. And the shot clock will be expired and Croatia will get the ball. As we have a good look at some new teams, new nations taking to the world stage here in South Africa, growing the popularity and the reach of wheelchair basketball. This is what the 3x3 format is planning to do in this first global event in the 3x3 games. And hopefully many more to come. Two-pointer is no good from Milton Ilahoya. As Caleb Odeo comes in for Kenya. Here is Stimac. Stimac looking for Demirovic. Finds him to great success. Odeo. Odeo's shot is way off. And Demirovic with the rebound. Croatia up 4-1. Demirovic all the time in the world. Dusts it off. Doesn't get the shot to go though. But he will go to the foul line. And that's the first foul of the game. Kenya now tick the board in the foul column. Of course, for all the goings on, don't forget to follow the IWBF on all social media platforms. Head to IWBF.org to stay updated with all the score lines from today's games, including the standings. We will certainly be explaining more about that on day 2 tomorrow, as I will be joined by Kaz Bullock for the women's groups. Of course, I will be handling the men's games. As a travelling violation goes against Kenya, Croatia get the ball back. Nearing 3 minutes played here in this one. Tamoy misses the ball. Stimac has it. Wild pass, but Demirovic has it. Bit of a broken offense this from Croatia. 4 to shoot. Demirovic. Stimac. What a pass from Demirovic. Incredible vision to find Ante Stimac. The KKI Verbas players linking up there. Ante Stimac, another veteran for this Croatia team. Croatia mainly play in the Division B section of the European Championships run by IWBF Europe. Of course, Kenya competing in IWBF Africa zones. Certainly one of the leading teams, along with, of course, South Africa and Libya. As Tamoy misses the foul shot. Here is Demirovic. Lovely wraparound pass to Stimac, and that deserves so much better from what was an incredible pass from Ademir Demirovic, who gets the steal. He's all business right now. The dump-off pass to Stimac, and Stimac makes it good on the second attempt. Kimothu responds immediately. And Stimac's pass goes right to Caleb Odeo. There is Odeo. A 2 is no good, and it's rebounded by Demirovic. Stimac. Maybe one pass too many there from Croatia as the shot clock was winding down to 3. And We have a timeout on the floor. Croatia leading 7-2 over Kenya. It's great to have you all on board on the IWBF YouTube channel. Of course, our live streams being broken down into morning, afternoon and evening sessions. You are checking out the evening session. Great to have you all on board. Great to have so many comments flooding in as we see highlights of what has been a good solid performance from Croatia, most notably from that man right there, Ante Stimac, and the number 9 on the ball there, Ademir Demirovic. Timothu's pass is intercepted by Demirovic, and that's a wild pass intended for Stepan Pesic, Nikola Bistrovic. Sees it into the game for the first time. Ante Stimac takes a breather. Tamoy's pass is intercepted by Demirovic. That's now his third steal of the contest. Demirovic, Bistrovic, that's a tough shot, high degree of difficulty, and he'll be rewarded with freebies at the line. Of course, as well as the great comments you guys are leaving, don't forget to let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, any particular player that you want to see or matchups you're looking forward to seeing. Or if you just want general chit-chat, then the IWBF YouTube channel is open for the comments as Tamoy misses the long one-pointer. Here is Bistrovic. Bistrovic with Tamoy for company. And it's rebounded by Adeu. Kimothu. Robert Kimothu. He goes up, puts it in. Robert Kimothu, huge parasport enthusiast and also a very good DJ, from what we have been told as well. Plays at a lot of weddings and parties in and around Kenya. So if ever you're in Kenya or in and around Nairobi and you need a DJ, Robert Kimothu is your man apparently. As the shot is no good from Itiken Tamoy. Demirovic dumps it off, and a 3-second violation, and Ademir Demirovic knew it. Still having a chat with the officials about it, but referees kept a good eye on it. Referees doing an incredible job here at these World Championships. Here is Kimothu, who is caught in a straitjacket there, and he'll get redeemed by the referees. Croatia will get the ball. Bistrovic. Pesic. Demirovic off the glass. And Croatia lead 8-3 as we are past the halfway point here in this one. Of course, following on from this game, we will have South Africa, the hosts, taking on Australia. All Southern Hemisphere encounter. Demirovic behind the back pass, and at the second attempt, Bistrovic gets it to go. Man who averaged 12 points in last year's Division B European Championships. Great catch there and finish from Robert Kimothu. Goes out of bounds, and good show of sportsmanship there, I believe, from Ademir Demirovic, acknowledging the ball came off him last, as a timeout is called on the floor with 3:59 remaining, so we have just around 4 minutes to play. As we look at some of the highlights, Kenya, they're battling. They've been battling all day long. here in Sun City. One of the many representatives from Africa doing an incredible job. There's many of the new nations taking part, looking to grow wheelchair basketball worldwide, creating new pathways to participation, international competition. That's what 3x3 basketball is all about. And Kenya just one of the, well, in fact Croatia and Kenya, two of these nations doing their country proud on the world stage. Ilahoya, 8 to shoot for Ilahoya in no man's land, and he loses the handle, and Demirovic says thank you very much, and behind the back pass scoops it up. He'll get it back as well, but it's deflected by Milton Ilahoya. We mentioned earlier on Ilahoya, a keen marathon runner, actually participated in last year's World AIDS Day half marathon back home in Kenya. Actually finished third in that marathon as Demirovic and a shot clock violation called against Croatia. Bit of a miscommunication there for the European nation. Here is Tamoy. Tamoy blocked by Demirovic. Shot clock at 3, two-pointer is no good from Ilahoya. Pesic. Demirovic, excuse me, gets the ball after the miss from Bistrovic. And the long two there, wild two-pointer from Robert Kimothu. Here is Demirovic. Demirovic cutting to the basket there was Pesic. And the whistle has gone before Demirovic let Pesic run wild on the basket. There's Bistrovic under the hoop. 11-4 in favour of Croatia. 2:30 to play here in this one. Ilahoya full head of speed. And the ball will go out of bounds. From here, it looked like it was deflected, but we'll just wait and see. It looks like Kenya will retain possession. 4 on the shot clock. And Ilahoya throws up a 2, and that thought about it, but then popped out. Demirovic has a bit of land here. Bistrovic can't hang on, the ball is loose. Ilahoya to the foul line. Kimothu retrieves. One pointer, no good from Milton Ilahoya. Spoke about him being a keen marathon runner, a keen tennis player back in the day as well, before focusing fully on wheelchair basketball. There's a few comments on the YouTube channel loving tennis as well as wheelchair basketball. Stimac at the second attempt, and it's 12-4 in favour of Croatia. Ilahoya, full of energy, full of life. The runner is good. Kenya will not lie down. They will fight to the very end. A competitive nation. That's a beautiful pass from Stimac, and Pesic with the room service. Substitution coming in is Caleb Adey, who comes back in. Milton Ilahoya, who just needs to adjust his chair comes in, and we have a brief stoppage in play. I think inadvertently it'll be an offensive foul on Caleb Adeu. I think he inadvertently just whacked Nikola Bistrovic in the stomach, and Bistrovic felt that. Stimac puts up a mid-range. Bistrovic dumps it off. Pesic agonisingly falls out. Bistrovic comes to help. That agonisingly falls out. And Kenya can breathe a sigh of relief as we enter the final minute. Timothu misses. Pesic has it. Here is Stimac. Stimac from the elbow. Timothu collects the loose change. Final 40 seconds. Adeu sees a bit of daylight, goes inside and is fouled. He will have a foul shot as Ante Stimac with Croatia's third team foul. Up next will be the host nation, South Africa, taking on Australia in Group B action. They'll go out of bounds. Here is Stimac. Stimac with a bit of self-service. The game clock winds down and Croatia will get their second win here. Stimac puts it up and that's no good as well. That'll roll out of bounds. And with 2.9 on the clock, it's academic really. La Hoya with the two is no good, and that'll do it. Croatia collect a 14-5 win over Kenya. It was a hard-fought win for Croatia. Kenya certainly made it competitive, but Croatia with enough experience to go through, and they have secured their second win here in these IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Up next will be Australia taking on South Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next contest, South Africa versus Australia. Help me welcome the home team. Coming in, jersey number 8, Zakele Shilembe. And number 9, Paul Gift Yoketi. And number 10, Ola Yaleso. And at number
Welcome back to Sun City. There are the host nations, South Africa, Gift Muketse, Shakele Shilembe, and Gola Yalezu, and Shane Williams, as they will take on Australia in a Southern Hemisphere clash.
Coming in at number 5, Thomas Klein.
As Thomas Klein, Lachlan Dalton, Luke Popel, Jake Kavanagh head to the floor.
Lachlan Dalton. Coming in jersey number 13, Luke Popel.
Coming up after this game as well, around 7:25 local time,
Number 14.
we will have Malaysia taking on Slovenia in the other Group B game. Of course, these two teams here comprising Pool B. Australia currently 1-1. As they beat Malaysia earlier on, but lost out to an impressive Poland side who have really made a statement here on day one. Poland end the day at 3-0. They have now retired to their hotel room to recover for tomorrow's action. There are some of the Aussie players and coaches and a few fans as well that have made the way from different parts of Australia. And if you are in Australia watching on, big welcome to you all. Of course, the two South African ladies teams in unison watching on. As you see the referees there, they've done an incredible job throughout day one.
And we got tip-off in 5, 4, 3x3 game time.
And we are underway now here as South Africa and Australia go at it, and Klein with the first score for Australia. Of course, these two nations have a historic rivalry, particularly if you're a rugby union fan, but this is wheelchair hoops and 3x3 action. Of course, not just in rugby union, but also in cricket as well. Historic rivalry between these two proud nations. As the miss there, as Klein goes inside. As the ball is batted out and it will go out of bounds. So Australia up 1-0. Early doors here, and a long two-pointer from Lelezu. And on the follow, Lelezu got the shot to go off his own miss. Popel, Klein. Klein doesn't get it to go. Yalezu with the rebound. And right now, Yola Yalezu doing it in both facets of the game. Mukezi. Here is Yalezu, blocked though by Popel, anticipating exactly what Yalezu was going to do. And a whistle has gone. Referees, I think, just double checking to see if there was an issue, I think, with the game clock or the shot clock, but we can now restart. Dalton was going to get that bullet pass from Luke Popel, but instead Gift Muketse deflected it. Dalton, Popel in acres of space from the wing and doesn't get the two. And Muketse will let the ball roll out of bounds, and South Africa will get it. Muketsi. Muketsi hounded by Dalton. Shot clock at 5. Muketsi does well to get past Yalezu. That's a tough move and finish. Brilliant play from South Africa, and all started with Muketsi. Dalton at the other side gets it to go himself. We're tied at 2. Ball goes out of bounds. Such tenacious offensive play there. Started with Muketsi not giving up. He was hounded by Lachlan Dalton. And then Yalezu with the finish. Here is Dalton, who has back-to-back scores for the Aussies. And they lead 3-2. Muketsi. There are the South Africa women's players. They are cheering on their heroes. And they're having fun as well. And why not? This is their tournament. They're the hosts. They'll do what they like. Here is Shalembe. And the ball goes out of bounds. Of course, the event organisers, Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, have got to be so proud. A long time coming. They have worked so hard to promote this incredible event. Charles Saunders, Jerry Smith, Craig Morgus and company. Craig Morgus recovering from an illness at home. We hope he gets better soon. Hopefully he's enjoying the action. And we'd be remiss if he wasn't cheering on South Africa. As the shot is up from Yalezu, and that will go out of bounds, and Australia will reclaim it. And a warning there by the officials given to Gift Muketsi, as Dalton somehow gets it to go under the pressure from Yalezu. Yalezu now with the ball. Shalembe wanted it. Yalezu goes all alone, but misses the one-pointer. Dalton, good hands there, nearly got it, Shalembe. Popel, bounce pass. Dalton keeps going, misses the layup. Muketsi. Ball batted around here, and the shot is good from Yalezu. South Africa are the king of the circus shots right now. And a bit more basic, but the layup is good from Luke Popel. Well, if this were a game of horse, South Africa would be winning this one right now. Muketsi. Muketsi finds a bit of daylight, doesn't get the shot. And the ball is loose and reclaimed by Popel. Popel now has room, decides not to go for the shot, kicks it out. Dalton, thank you very much. Lachlan Dalton, the Clayton man, suburb of Melbourne, who has the ball again. Kavanagh into the game, and a 3-second violation on the man who plays for the Perth Wheelcats. As we have a timeout on the floor, 6:28 remaining, and it's been a competitive affair thus far, 6-5 in favour of Australia. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of what has been a really entertaining start to this contest. We mentioned the rivalry that these two nations have, particularly in rugby union cricket, and the two nations will be competing in those competitions soon enough. But it's all about right here, right now, living in the moment. And South Africa matching Australia blow for blow here. Kavanagh under the hoop. Kavanagh composes himself and gets it to go. And Australia have a 2-point lead. Muketsi. Muketsi, that'll be a shot clock. Well, he got the shot off in time. No, he didn't get the shot off in time. It grazed the rim, but it's a shot clock violation. So the Aussies will get the ball back. Dalton exploding to the cup. Here is Kavanagh. Back to the basket. Gets his shot up. And airballs the second attempt, but Dalton is there to pick up the loose change. Muketse putting the moves on Kavanagh. Well, illegally putting the moves on Kavanagh. Travelling violation. 5:41 to play here in this one. Malaysia and Slovenia warming up on the practice courts. Here is Klein. Here is Shalembe. Yalezu can't get it to go. Behind the back pass, Dalton, pretty. And the razzmatazz from the Aussies. And a whistle has gone. And a timeout on the floor. 5:13 remaining, and now Australia with 3 straight points to create a bit of separation between themselves, as you see that gorgeous behind the back pass from Lachlan Dalton. Look at that. These incredible athletes putting on a show here on day one in Sun City. As we get set to restart, Shane Williams gets it to go. Shane Williams returning to the floor to deadly effect. Dalton to respond from the elbow, splashes a mid-range. Yalezu doesn't do things easy, does he? Does Nola Yalezu behind the basket, look to put a bit of spin on it. Such an energetic, exciting player, the number 10 for South Africa, Yola Yalezu. As Kavanagh misses the shot underneath, and it's put back and it's put in. And that shot will count from Thomas Klein, who was part of Australia's under-23 World Championship squad in Thailand. Actually started one game, only played around 9 minutes a contest. Still a dangerous lefty. And even manages a smirk on his face as he airballs the free throw. But he's given Australia an 11-6 lead. Here is Williams. Open season for Shalembe. Kavanagh on the catch and shoot. That was a high degree of difficulty, but he got it to drop. And the ball deflected, and Popel cannot keep that in, so South Africa will get the ball back. 4:19 to play in this one. Just the one foul in this contest. Australia flawless without committing a foul thus far. Williams short. And here is Klein. Popel has room. He'll put up a shot. And that's off the back iron. Klein can't hang on. Here is Williams. Williams finds Yalezu. And Gola Yalezu will go to the line. Man from Eastern Cape at the stripe. As said, one of the more exciting players on this South African team. Doesn't do things the basic way, loves to do it the flashy way. but it excites the crowd. There's no doubt about it as Kavanagh puts in the shot. 13-8 in favour of the Aussies. But South Africa's still in this. Williams can't hang on and does well to collect. Williams a 2. Money! In fact, that's a 1-pointer for Shane Williams. He must have stepped on the line. Kavanagh buries a long 2 or a long 1. Again, wheel on the line for Kavanagh as that shot grazes the rim and will go out of bounds. And a timeout has been called with 3:08 to play. After this game, we will have our second Group B contest between Malaysia and Slovenia as we look at some of the main plays from the previous few minutes. And following on from the Malaysia-Slovenia game, you will see Canada take on Portugal, and then the men's section of day one concludes with Austria taking on Spain before the women wrap up day one. And Spain take on South Africa's B team and Australia take on Switzerland. Of course, Switzerland, another of the newcomers to the world stage. South Africa have possession. Muketse catch and shoot. That misses everything, but it comes off Klein last. And I think the referees will just check if there's any time left on the game clock. In fact, there is. There's just a second left. So it's a catch and shoot for Yalezu, and Klein emphatically swats that away. And I think a foul has been called on Klein. Thomas Klein with the foul, so that's 2 shots for Yola Yalezu. Well, with 1 second on the shot clock, and now Yalezu with a chance. Makes the first, rattles it in. And now a chance to actually convert the 2 points. But do it in the old-fashioned way. And he does, all string for the second. 14-11, South Africa still in this as the floater nonchalantly goes in from Popel. And Australia come up with the steal. Klein now attacking the basket away from the ball. Dalton loses it, Popel reclaims. 3 to shoot, Dalton, great patience, and he's fouled with a second left on the shot clock. Lachlan Dalton, 24-year-old, there he is from Clayton in Melbourne, bronze medalist with the under-23 Aussies back in 2017 in Toronto. South Africa have the ball with the shot clock down to 3. Yalezu, he'll have to heave it. And the lefty doesn't get it to fall, and it's into the waiting hands of Lachlan Dalton. And a risky pass, and Yalezu collects the ball. Final 2 minutes. Yalezu is a good idea, looking for Muketse, but the ball will go out of bounds. As said, a good idea from Yalezu, the number 10. There he is. But Gift Muketse couldn't unwrap the gift as Popel attacks the basket. Klein off the window, gets the friendly roll. A lot of support for South Africa in the group chat. They've certainly given Australia a contest here. Muketse, a mid-range, buries it. Gift Muketse, the gift that keeps on coming, I'll tell you that. He has been outstanding for South Africa in these World Championships. A behind the back pass, Klein collects and scores. Great pass from Luke Purple. Part of the Aussie Rollers at Paris 2024 was Luke Purple, as Yalezu misses the 1-pointer. Dalton explodes to the cup and scores. And Muketse way off with the 2. Final minute, 59.3 to play. Australia 2 points away from glory. Purple, great fake. Klein. Australia 1 point from victory. What a fight though South Africa have given them, but Australia look to have weathered the storm. As the shot no good, 39 seconds to play. And that'll be a check ball to Australia. 1 point away, 39 seconds in the contest. Luke Purple looks to set himself, puts it up, agonizingly falls out. And Yalezu, one wheel almost entirely out of bounds. 26 seconds to play. Unless Australia get a point that they need here to wrap it up. Chance of defense from the women's team. The ball is loose. South Africa will get it back. Yalezu, a 2. And it's rebounded by Purple. Here is Lachlan Dalton. Final seconds. Dalton off balance. Doesn't get the fall, but that'll do it anyway. Australia come away with a 20-12 victory. A very hard-fought 20-12 victory over the host nation, South Africa. 0-3 now South Africa will go to. Australia improved to 2-1 in Group B. And the action's still coming at you thick and fast as we enter the final 5 games of the day. We've got 3 coming up for the men, 2 for the women. Up next, it's Malaysia against Slovenia as we leave you with the highlights as Australia beats South Africa 20-12.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is on to our next contest between Malaysia and Slovenia. Introducing first the team from Malaysia. Coming in wearing jersey number 7, Razali Kaptik. And jersey number 8, you got Frida Yebi. On jersey number 9, Kartik Kanapati. And wearing number 11, Mohammed Atib Zakaria.
Well, we are back here at the Sun City Super Bowl. There is the Malaysian team as they get ready to take on Slovenia in Group B action. Razali Kancik, Karthik Pathi, Mohamed Atib Zakaria, and Ye Bing Tan, comprising the Malaysian team, as the Slovenians will come out onto the floor. Haris Kudasevic, Milan Slapnisha, Robbie Bojanec, and David Sukojac.
Jersey number 24.
There is Haris Kudasevic.
And jersey number 77, David Sukojac.
There is the Slovenia team. And a big welcome to everyone watching on the IWBF YouTube channel. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to this wonderful channel for all your wheelchair basketball needs. Of course, we have many incredible tournaments coming up as the summer of wheelchair hoops continues. See our officials there, and we get set to start between Malaysia and Slovenia. Of course, we have the IWBF Copa Americas, the America's Cup, taking place in Bogota, Colombia. All matches taking place on the IWBF YouTube channel. We've got the European Championships taking place in Bosnia and Herzegovina in October. Loads of wheelchair basketball action coming at you. So a great reason to like, share and subscribe and follow the IWBF on all social media platforms as we get underway here. And Slovenia, who missed their first attempt, get the ball. Here is Skoranc, and Skoranc rattles around and goes in, and Slovenia off the mark. As we just have a slight issue with the shot clock. Shot clock now reset to 12. Malaysia can get underway. Here is Slapnisha. Slovenia in blue, Malaysia in their white kit for this one. We just have another issue with the shot clock. We'll get that sorted out. Slovenia will get us underway momentarily. This is the evening session here on day one as we conclude the group stages tomorrow morning. Slapnisha gliding his way to the basket through traffic. Doesn't get the fall. It's rebounded by Zakraya. Here is Papi. Zakraya has it. Zakraya to the shoot. Zakraya along two, and that will go right out of bounds. And possession picked back up by Slovenia. Up 1-0, early doors. Slapnisha still has it. 4 on the shot clock, and Slapnisha with the midi. Bing Tan has a bit of room. He'll put up a shot. That's off the back iron. Gets his own rebound and puts it in. Great hustle there from Ye Bing Tan. Koranc doesn't get that roll. On the follow, though, was Slapnisha, who is everywhere right now for Slovenia. Bingtan. 6 to shoot for Malaysia. Bingtan still has it. Lobs it, looking for Zaklaya, but he couldn't get the pass. Too many Slovenians in the way. Skorac. Skorac still has it. Slapped the Shah on the catch and shoot. And it's rebounded. And Slovenia get the ball back. A steal, and Skorac has it. The lefty. And this time Zaklaya will collect. Bingtan. And that's in and out. Yeah, Bingtan, who's started the majority of the games on the sideline for Malaysia. Getting a bit more joy here in this game against Slovenia. Ball goes out of bounds, 2 on the shot clock. Slovenia up 3-2, or 3-1, excuse me. Just passing it out to the official, and we can get back underway. 2 on the shot clock, and a 2 is money for David Skorac. Right at the top, and buries the 2. Here is here is Kancic for Malaysia. Kancic looking to respond, can't get it. Pathy going for the loose ball. Skorac has it. Slapnishar in space, and we just have a brief tangle of wheelchairs. And we will have a timeout with 6:48 remaining, and Slovenia up 5-1 over Malaysia. As we look at the highlights of the opening stages of play here. Get back underway as Canada and Portugal warming up behind us on the practice court. You can probably just about spot Portugal warming up on the top left-hand side of your screen as Skorac with the shot inside. Canada and Portugal will lock horns at the conclusion of this game, as Kancic with a long 2 was short as the shot clock wound down. Of course, there's 12-second shot clocks here in the 3x3 format. These 10-minute games, first to 21, or whoever is leading at the end of 10 minutes. As an off-balance shot is no good from Kudasevic, as he checks in out of the timeout, and Slapnishar takes a breather. Kancic. And Kancic ran out of room, and Slovenia get the ball back. 6:13 left in this one. Skorac. Skorac lets fly, and it's rebounded by Kancic. Great dump-off pass, and the finish inside from Kancic. Great find from Zaklaya. Skorac. Skorac off the window. Bank is still open here at 7:30 local time. Long one-pointer is short from Kancic. Here is Kudasevic. Kudasevic can't get it. Loves the long-range shot, does Haris Kudasevic, the number 3 for Slovenia. As Slapnishar will come in. Unbeknownst to the referee, who does accept the substitution. And David Skorac comes out. Kancic dumps it off, and Zakraya shot clock violation has been called. There's a little bit of confusion here. Some of the Malaysian players are a bit unsure on the call. They're telling the officials there was 2 seconds left on the shot clock, but referees decide that the shot clock violation has gone. So we restart here with Slapnashar. Slapnashar goes and scores. As Malaysia with Kancic. Kancic now at the wing. Sets himself, puts it up. That's off the back iron. Happy will race to get it and collect. Kancic again, and that's too hot for Zakraya to handle. You can tell a little bit of frustration boiling over from the Malaysian players here as Bing Tan calls for calm, and he comes in, and Zakraya heads out for a breather. 8-2 in favour of Slovenia. Past the halfway point here in this one. 4:36 to play. Both teams still have not committed a foul in this contest. And we have a timeout on the floor. We're just going to take a mini break for just 20 seconds. We'll be right back. Well, we are back here at Sun City, and we have a working shot clock that's now on the floor. So the shot clock issue has been resolved. Anything can happen in the world of sport. And in just a moment, we will restart the action. Slovenia up 8-2 over Malaysia, with 4:36 to play. Of course, following on from this game, we will have Canada taking on Portugal in Group C. And then the men's section of day one will conclude with Austria taking on Spain in an all-European affair. And then the women will conclude day one. Spain take on South Africa's B team at 8:40. And then the action concludes at 9:05 local time as Australia take on Switzerland. As we now have the shot clock fully operational, we will resume play. And the ball ball nearly went out of bounds, but Kancic did well to collect. Pathy can't get it to fall. Zaklaya fighting for the loose ball. Ball goes out of bounds. So despite the shot clock now being resolved, we won't have a horn, we are being told. So we will let you know when the game concludes, or whoever reaches first to 21, or if there is a shot clock violation. Slapnashar. Back to the basket, 2 to shoot for Slapnashar, and that'll be a shot clock violation. And now as a player, you've got to be more focused than ever. 12 seconds to shoot as Pathy loses the handle and Slovenia get the ball back. Of course, in the 3x3 game, there's only 12 seconds to shoot as opposed to the traditional 24 seconds in the 5-on-5 game. So players need to be thinking quicker than ever to get a shot off in this fast-paced, offensive-minded 3x3 format. 3:58 to play, 6 minutes and a bit of change played here, and Slovenia up 8-2. Slapnashar, the veteran, still has the ball. 4 on the shot clock. Again, has to communicate. They have to get a shot up. And Slapnashar doesn't get it to fall. It's rebounded by Zaklaya. Kancic. Pathy gets it. Karthik Pathy, a veteran of the national side at both 3x3 and the 5-on-5 version. Won a bronze medal at the Asian Para Games in Cambodia back in 2023. As the ball goes out of bounds, he can't hang on. .3:15 to play here as Slapnashar will take a breather. David Skoranch will come back in. Kudasevic a long 2. That grazes the rim and goes out of bounds. So Malaysia will have the ball back as we enter the final 3 minutes of the game here, as Canada and Portugal will get ready to take to the floor next. Long 2 is airballed by Mohamed Atib Zaklaya. Another player that was part of that Malaysia team that won bronze in Cambodia in 2023. Skoranch. Off balance, good defense from Pathy, better offense from Skoranch. 9-3 in favor of Slovenia, announcing themselves on the world stage here in South Africa. And the one-pointer is good. Here is Kudasevic. Kudasevic, 9 to shoot. Kudasevic with the midi. 10-5 in favor of Slovenia. As a long 2 hits the back iron from Zaklaya. Skoranch. Stolen away by Zaklaya. Here is Kancic. He'll go for 2. And Slovenia get the ball back. Final 2 minutes here in this Pool B encounter. Skoranch, great off-ball movement, and Kudasevic couldn't hang on. Almost went round Razali Kancic. Kudasevic. Kudasevic gliding to the cup, doesn't get it to fall, but a whistle has gone, and he will have a freebie at the line. Kudasevic misses the free throw. Skoranch with the rebound, puts himself in a good position and puts it in. 11-4 to Slovenia. 1:40 to play. Pathy has all the time in the world, but he blows the shot, and a whistle has gone. Third team foul for Malaysia in this one. Slovenia yet to foul. Kudasevic, the left-handed shooter, doesn't get that to drop. Zakraya. Pathy just about hangs on. Kancic. Kancic 8 to shoot, and that shot deflected, and that'll be, I believe, a Slovenia ball. Slovenia get the ball back. Here is Skoranch. Skoranch on the catch and shoot, in and out. Zakraya looking to put Bojanic in a spin cycle. That was a long two, no good. Pathy to Zakraya. Zakraya now with 6 to shoot. Zakraya doesn't get it to fall. As we enter the final 45 seconds here, Bojanic can't get the pass out to Kudasevic. Zakraya. Zakraya to Pathy, deflected by Skoranch, and that'll be a shot clock violation. Final 25 seconds, and Slovenia looking good value for their win here against Malaysia in Group B. And the two there, just the exclamation point as Kudasevic banks in a two. Zakraya stops but can't get the pop. And the final seconds will tick by, and Slovenia didn't take it out of the perimeter, so 4.1 to play as Canada and Portugal will commence play momentarily, but for now Slovenia will get the win here against Malaysia. Again, a hard-fought victory for the European nation, looking to carve out their own path in the international basketball odyssey. But they get the win here against Malaysia. And up next, it'll be Canada taking on Portugal. And in just a moment, we'll leave you with the highlights of this game. Slovenia beating Malaysia 13-4.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, a contest between Canada and Portugal. Introducing first, the man from Canada. At number 5, Garrett Ostapachuk. And wearing number 7, Vincent Fedori. At number 9, Colin jersey number 10, Lee Melvin.
Well, Canada all smiles as they enter the floor here at Sun City. Colin Higgins, Vincent Dallaire, Garrett Stepchuk and Lee Melamick there in your picture. All smiles, especially Garrett Stepchuk. As Canada take on Portugal in our next encounter here in Pool C. There's a few, well, there's the Canada women's players checking out the action. Of course, they have been unstoppable in the women's tournament thus far.
At number 10, Alexandre Conde. At number 12.
And here come the Portugal side. Pedro Bartolo, Jorge Carneiro, Alexandre Conde, and João Reis. In your picture, there is the Portugal team. Like Croatia, another team in Europe that plays mainly in Division B. Taking on a Canada team, gold medalists at the 2012 Paralympics in London. They will be the host nation of the World Championship next summer in Ottawa. And a team full of great talent and enough talent to go all the way here in South Africa. Well, we thank you very much for joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel. As we get set to start out, Canada in the white, Portugal in the red. Of course, Canada now looking at life after the legendary Patrick Anderson, who announced his retirement recently. I know that's not the first time that's happened, but this time he seems to mean it. And what a legacy he has left in not just wheelchair basketball, but the sport of basketball altogether. However, this current crop, loaded with experience, loaded with talent, as they take on Portugal, who have the first possession of the contest. And Conde, who has started on the bench for the first few games for Portugal, starts here against the Canadians. And both teams with a field goal each, and they have both missed their attempts. Here is Bartolo. Bartolo with the long attempt, and that'll go right out of bounds. Portugal with defeats to Spain and Austria so far. Canada with a win over Austria, but losing out in their other game to Spain. Excuse me, not to Spain. Well, they did lose to Spain, did Portugal, but either way, here is Higgins. Higgins puts it up, that's no good, and it's rebounded by Carneiro. Here is Bartolo, looking for Conde. The ball is loose, Higgins will pick it up. Higgins now, all the time in the world, beautifully gliding like a pirouette going to the cup, and he'll get the shot to fall, and Canada get the first score with a minute and a bit of change played. Bartolo. Bartolo looking for room. And right now, Portugal's offense just a little bit static here at the moment, as Bartolo signaling to João Reis that we need a substitution. We need to just figure out our offensive rhythm. Alexandre Conde comes in, and Reis comes in. A Stepchuk all the time to put up the shot, and Reis with the rebound. Carneiro at the corner pocket. Instead goes a little bit closer, puts up the shot, knocks it down. That will count as well. As Dallaire to Higgins. Higgins, a shot clock violation. Joel Heese, that's a one-pointer, and that's in and out. Higgins with the rebound. A Stepchuk. Stepchuk just eases into his shot, but misses. Dallaire looking to chase. Dallaire does well to keep it in. Higgins under the hoop. Higgins gets it to go. 2-1 to the Canadians, much to the joy of the women's team watching on. Long shot no good from Bartolo. Ball is loose and out of bounds. This is the penultimate game of day one for the men's side of the championships. We will conclude with Austria and Spain before the women conclude day one. Bartolo. And Higgins does so well. Great pace to get that ball. A Stepchuk, 6 to shoot. A Stepchuk goes along the baseline. Higgins, extra pass, Dallaire. That was pretty from Canada. Knowing exactly where each player was and the right pass at the right time. And the man from Quebec, Vincent Dallaire, with the finish. And we've got a timeout with 6:37 to play. Canada up 3-1 here against Portugal. We welcome you all to Sun City for our evening session. We are winding down day one. We look at some of the highlights that have happened in this contest thus far. That was the basket from Vincent Dallaire. Get ready to restart. As Spain and Austria warming up next door on the practice court. You can probably see Austria on your top left-hand side warming up right now as Joel Heese has the ball. Heese inside. Carneiro can't get the finish. Bartolo to pick up the loose change. And a Stepchuk at the top. Higgins collects, too strong. Dallaire on the follow and a foul. How about Vincent Dallaire in this one right now? The Quebec native getting it done. Tenacious player, Vincent Dallaire, pulls the strings for the Canadian national side. Third in scoring for Canada at the 2024 Repechage in Antibes, France. That tournament allowed them to qualify for the Paris Paralympics as they beat Italy in the crossover game. Here is Higgins. Higgins now, extra pass. Look who's there. It's Dallaire. Bartolo with the one-hand shot, smacks the backboard right now. Portugal a little static on their offense. Higgins, as Canada just in full flow. And Portugal have got to get the ball over the perimeter here, and now they do. They can start their offense, and Joel Heese just heaves up a two. Higgins. And Higgins with the two, and he buries one. Portugal now falling asleep defensively. Bartolo. Bartolo still has it. Bartolo is blocked by Dallaire, but the whistle has gone. Just see what the call is here as the referees go to the table officials. Lee Melamek and Alexandre Condi on the subs bench for Canada and Portugal respectively. So a timeout has been called. Bartolo was actually calling for a timeout for a couple of minutes there. Finally gets his wish. And Portugal right now trailing 8-1 with 4:54 as we see some highlights there. Colin Higgins burying the long range. So nice, we'll see it twice. And you see the Sun City Super Bowl. The backdrop to the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships here in this luxurious resort, Sun City, just outside of Rustenburg, about 90 miles or so northwest of Johannesburg, at the Bakubong village here in the northwest province of South Africa. Dallaire inside. How about Vincent Dallaire right now? Misses the shot under the hoop, but always finding himself at the right place at the right time, and he's causing Portugal all sorts of problems. Peace with the two, or with the 1 pointer, excuse me. And right now, Portugal need a few more of them. Higgins looking for a step jump, instead will reset. He'll go it alone, and he'll bury the one from the baseline. First to 21, or whoever leads after 10 minutes. And right now, Canada, good value to hit the 21 mark, as Joel Hees with back-to-back scores now for the Portuguese. A step chuck with 3 to shoot. That's a 2-pointer. And Higgins with the rebound from 6 feet. And we have a timeout on the floor. And it right now is all Canada. Portugal have had a few spurts though. Joel Hees, the main instigator for Portugal, but Canada looking comfortable right now as Spain and Austria warming up, as I said. That'll be the final game in the men's section. There are some of the members of the Canadian women's team enjoying an unbeaten start here in Sun City. Austria and Spain due to start at 8:15 local time. As the bright sunshine here at Sun City turns to a frosty night. But the action red hot here inside the Super Bowl as Bartolo misses the mid-range. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to those fans watching in Canada and as well Portugal. As a step chuck in acres of space. And the pass from Conde goes right out of bounds, intended for Bartolo. Conde, the man who plays for the Cologne 99ers. Actually enjoyed a spell playing in Spain with Barcelona as well, did Conde. As Canada hit a 2-pointer and extend their lead to 10 points. Here is Conde. Can't hang on to the ball though. 3:12 remaining, and Canada really upping the gears here. And Portugal have stayed on neutral. Here is Higgins. Higgins full head of speed. One-handed. Gets it. Carnero. Conde. Conde just about collects. Conde with a wild shot. Doesn't get it to fall. The whistle has gone. In fact, actually, a whistle has not gone. We'll keep going. Here is Higgins. Higgins in space, in rhythm. That's a 2. Colin Higgins from downtown. Condi over a step chuck. Higgins now, it's 16-4, Canada on course for the 21. Can they reach the magic number? Higgins misses, that was a 2-pointer if it would have gone. Carnero with the mid-range, that's off the back iron and welcomed in by Higgins. Higgins now using the screen for a step chuck, the pick and roll. Nearly working to perfection, but Higgins will collect it, and a whistle has gone as Condi's on the deck. As Lee Melamick comes in, Vincent Dallaire comes out. Lee Melamick, who made his debut internationally back with the under-23 team in 2017. And Melamick with the score. Melamick entering a decade of wheelchair basketball. Started playing in 2015 and has represented Canada on the world stage many times as Portugal with the score. Here is Higgins. A step chuck was cutting to the basket. Higgins doesn't need him. Bartolo, who was on fire from two-point range earlier on against Austria, but right now isn't clicking as we have a minute and 11 seconds remaining and Canada up 18-5 here against their European counterparts. Higgins just lets fly for two, but that one's short. Higgins, a really good long-range shooter, as Heath misses the two himself. Higgins, who led Canada in scoring at last year's repechage. Here is a step chuck, back to Higgins. Higgins in rhythm, but doesn't get it to fall. And Carnero, the 33-year-old, to Bartolo. Bartolo dumps it off Heath. Heath has had a great game for Portugal thus far. Gets his own rebound and puts it in, and the foul. Joel Heath, who averaged a shade under 12 points a game at the Division D European Championships last year. Another veteran of this Portugal side. There he is right there, the number 13, and really has steered the ship in this, or tried to steer the ship in this contest. Higgins, that's easy as you like, but he blows it. Even he knows that should have gone in. Bartolo, putting the moves on a step chuck, gets past it. Higgins to meet. One to shoot, that's a shot clock violation. Higgins. Canada closing in the final seconds. A step chuck strings a long one-pointer. Final seconds of this game, that'll do it. That will count from Joel Heath, but it's academic as Canada will romp to a 19-7 win over Portugal. And up next, the final game of day one from the men's side before the women conclude day one.
Canada.
As Austria take on Spain in Pool C. We'll be back in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, on to the next contest. Let's welcome the men from Austria versus Spain. Coming in at number 2, Leon Flagler.
Well, we welcome you back to Sun City as Austria take to the floor as the men's section of day 1 will wrap up here before the women conclude day 1 of what has been an unforgettable day here at the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships. Austria taking on Spain in Pool C is up next. As you see, Christopher Edler, Leon Felega, Hubert Hager and Mehmet Herli onto the floor. And in just a moment, Spain will announce themselves to the Sun City crowd here in the Super Bowl.
And they will be meeting onto the dance floor, Spain. And coming in wearing
as Spain, in traditional Spanish folk music, come onto the floor. They were having a little bit of a jive backstage there as they were being, just before they were being introduced to the floor, or as our resident DJ calls it, the dance floor here in Sun City.
Welcome number 24, Ignacio Ortega.
As Pablo Lavadiera, Manuel Lorenzo, Ignacio Ortega and Adrian Garcia come onto the floor. There is Spain. They played their first 2 games in the white and gold. They're just having some fun here as the men's session comes to a close. As said, they played their first 2 games in the white and gold. They end it by playing in their traditional red strips.
Give it up once more for Spain.
As Ignacio Ortega just takes off a bit of jewelry and hands it to the Spanish team manager. We all forget things from time to time. And Ortega and his opposite number, Mehmet Herli, will toss the coin. Ortega, one of the rising stars in Spanish wheelchair basketball. The man from the University of Alabama. And Mehmet Herli, a 41-year-old veteran from Vienna. So 2 contrasting players there. And we get set to start our final men's game of day 1. Of course, the group stages will conclude tomorrow morning in Group A and Group B. Croatia and Egypt, Kenya and Great Britain will conclude Pool A, and in Pool B, Malaysia take on Poland, Slovenia take on Australia. Well, Austria ready to go. It's Vamos for España as the final men's game of day 1 will get underway momentarily. Austria will have the first possession.
5, 4, 3 and 3. Let's play ball.
And the call from the DJ of Let's Play Ball commences the game. Here is Hager. Hager marked by Lavadiera. And Ortega with the rebound, and Ortega gets it back, or Edler with the steal. Ortega gets it and scores. And Spain off and running. Of course, we thank you for joining us on the IWBF YouTube channel. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to this wonderful channel. Let us know who you think the main teams were on day one. Who you think was the most impressive? Who do you think has a point to prove? Who do you think will win it all here in Sun City? Loads of teams come to mind in both the men's and the women's section. Poland, Spain for the men, Canada, Great Britain for the women. Loads of great nations. Who took your fancy? Of course, you can follow us on all social media platforms as well. Here is Ortega. Ortega a 2, and that's off to the left, and Haga with the rebound. Felega stolen away by Levadiera, and the finish from Ortega. That all started with Pablo Levadiera's steal. Hubert Haga on the ball. Haga, Edler. Offensive foul has been called on Christoph Edler, so that's one team foul for Austria. Less than a minute played. All the teams have been relatively well disciplined here on day one. Here is Levadiera, and Hubert Haga skies for the rebound. Haga, Edler can't hang on. Adrian Garcia, Ortega inside. Felega, Haga inside, and he'll get it to go, and Austria off and running. Ortega. Ignacio Ortega going for the shot over Leon Felega, but it's short. Tips it, and Levadiera says gracias. And the ball batted out of bounds. Great to have the one, the only, the walking encyclopedia of all things wheelchair basketball, the great Dylan Cummings on. He's predicting a Spain-Poland final. I'm sure you'll be making a lot of people from Spain and Poland happy. As Spain retain possession. Here is Ortega going to the hoop, and the foul as Adrian Garcia inside off the feed from Ortega. Adrian Garcia, who plays his basketball in Bilbao. And Spain right now off to a flying start, 5-1. Ortega from the wing. Ortega, let's fly. No good. Felega with the rebound. And that ball will go right out of bounds. Haga was in a better position there, but instead Felega was looking for Christoph Edler. It was a bit more of a riskier pass. Here is Ortega thinking about the two. Instead goes inside to Garcia, and Austria have it. Here is Hubert Haga. Haga misses everything with that shot. Felega almost kept it in, did well to at least get a hand on it. Well, we predicted a Spain-Poland men's final. There's a fan that believes that Croatia will go all the way. Well, you never know. They've done extremely well here on day one, and Croatia, newcomers to the world stage. What a feather in their cap it'll be if they get a 3x3 title here in South Africa. Nice to know everyone's thoughts on the women's draw as well, as Levadiera goes inside. And Ortega with the steal. Ortega, they've got to get it over the perimeter, the referee has said. And we have a whistle anyway. As the inaugural IWBF 3x3 World Championships for the men's side concludes here before the women conclude day one. Of course, 12-second shot clocks, 10-minute games. Instead of the normal classification numbers for the traditional 5-on-5, it's 8.5 for 3x3, just in case you're asking. Exactly what Alison Levine is actually asking on the chat, and there I have answered it for you, even though my good man Dylan Cummings has beaten me to it. Of course, the women's draw will conclude for day one before we get set for day two tomorrow. Kaz Bullock in position, getting ready for the final two games. Spain and South Africa currently warming up on the practice courts as Ortega splashes a two. And right now, Spain full head of speed right now with around 4 minutes or nearly 4 minutes played as Haga inside. Just have a brief stoppage. Referees just want to double check something. Of course, no doubt, when the two women's games come on, get your predictions for a potential women's final or anything that you might think will happen during the women's section of the World Championships. I'm sure Kaz Bullock would love to hear from you on the YouTube channel. She's predicting a Spain-Poland final in the men's, by the way. As we see some fans there just enjoying a bit of winter ice cream. It is winter here in South Africa, even though the temperature is quite warm and sunny, but at night it is quite bitterly cold. But that's not deterring those young fans from enjoying some ice cream. There is the Poland coaching staff. Of course, Poland 3-0 after day one. They will conclude their group action against Malaysia tomorrow morning. There we have some Switzerland fans in attendance. Of course, the Switzerland women making their international bow on the world stage. Great to have Switzerland's women playing, and the fans are joining them. And there we have Charles Saunders from IWBF Africa and WBSA. Very busy on his mobile phone. As we get set to restart, here is Lavandiera. Lavandiera gets it to go. And Spain out to a 9-2 advantage. Edla can't hang on. Garcia has it. Garcia sets himself, goes for the two. And that's off to the left. They'll go out of bounds. And with 4 minutes played, Spain have started strongly, 9-2 ahead. Here is Edla. Christoph Edla, Verlänger inside. That was a good piece of build-up play from Austria, just lacking the final product. Garcia has it. Garcia from the elbow. And Haga was going for the board, but it's well picked up from Manuel Lorenzo, who shoots along the baseline. That doesn't fall. Here is Hubert Haga, putting the moves on Lorenzo. Lorenzo tips it out of bounds. Lorenzo, a two-time Paralympian. actually was a strong duo, formed a strong duo with Ignacio Ortega as under 23 players for Spain, now 25 years of age. Edler loses the ball. He was flanked there by two Spanish players, and Austria will keep it. And Garcia not happy with the call, but Austria will get it. Of course, Austria hosts of the IWBF 3x3 Europe Cup last year. This is the first tournament on the world stage for the IWBF, looking to expand its global reach and further improve the 3x3 game, not just in wheelchair basketball, but in general as well. Of course, 3x3 immensely popular in the able-bodied side, as Garcia inside. 10-2 in favor of Spain. As Edler, as the shot clock winds down, they'll hit nothing but air and they'll go out of bounds. And Spain will look to restart. There's a bit of a tangle between the wheelchairs, which has now been rectified. Bit of frustration there from Christopher Edler as Garcia off the back iron with the two-pointer. Here is Christoph Edler, the bullet pass. Hubert Hager can't finish though. Hubert Hager so deadly from under the basket normally, as Lavidiera misses the runner. Zippy passing here from Austria, but the end product lacking as the ball goes out of bounds. A whistle went before the ball went out of bounds anyway, as Ignacio Ortega comes in. And Manuel Lorenzo heads out. Austria keeping the faith with their three on the floor. As off balance and missing everything is Pablo Lavidiera, and with one hand gets it to go at the second attempt. .4:14 to play, and Spain accelerating away, flexing the muscles. The world university champions. And Ortega, who was one of those players in that team that won in Germany not so long ago, looking to repeat the feat for the senior team here in Sun City. Hager with three to shoot. Edler, that's a wild shot, nearly fell. Felega with the rebound. Hager too strong. Hager again has it, and it rattles in. Well, at first you don't succeed, try again. Hubert Hager typifying that. As Ortega off balance, misses everything. Felega. Hubert Hager can't collect that. That's asking way too much of the veteran. And we have a timeout on the floor, 3:35 to play. Spain up 11-3 in our final game in the men's section of day one before the women take over and end day one. It's been an unforgettable day. I'm sure Kaz Bullock, my commentator for the women's draw, will certainly agree on that. Some fantastic games, some brilliant, outstanding performances. As Spain and South Africa warm up on the practice courts next door to us. Ortega, here is Garcia. Doesn't get it to fall. Ortega dumps it off, and Garcia says gracias. Felega. Pass was asking again too much of Hager, even though he had a defender on him. Spain have certainly been very dominant today on day one. Certainly one of the teams to watch But in this 3x3 game, anything can happen. You might be perfect on day one and falter on the next, as Hubert Haga with the midi. Garcia Ortega did well to collect. Haga with great defense. As those same fans that enjoyed an ice cream earlier clearly have finished, and collects the ball, and we get back underway as Ignacio Ortega will restart. 5 to shoot for Spain. Ortega off the window and down over Christoph Edler. 2:44 to play. Hubert Haga was bumped there by, I think that was Pablo Lavandiera. Yes, it was. So that's a first team foul of this game for Spain. And there'll be shots as well for Hubert Haga. Hubert Haga, as mentioned earlier, the only Austrian player to score over 100 points overall when Austria were last playing in the European Championships in Division A. That was back in 2023 in Rotterdam. Also averaged 9 boards a game in that, averaged 19 points a game. Of course, all the players playing for Austria here in South Africa played in Rotterdam 2 years ago. Haga, Verlega gets it to go. Austria now slowly creeping back into this. Spain have been a bit cold from the field, just like the weather outside. Verlega can't hang on. Garcia has it. Scrappy possession from Spain. Restart. Here is Edler. Christoph Edler as we enter the final 2 minutes here. Austria trailing by 7. They were trailing by as many as 9. As Lavandiera has it. Lavandiera has a bit of daylight inside. Dumps it off instead to Garcia. Garcia can't get it to fall. Ortega now has it. Ortega goes to the glass and Haga with the rebound. Haga now back to the basket. Beautiful spin, and he'll go to the line. Did so well to get that spin on his chair and create some space for himself. Hubert Haga will go to the foul line. 1:40 to play in the final game for the men on day one. And the day one will conclude with 2 women's games in Pool B. We'll have Spain taking on South Africa's second team. And then it all wraps up for day one with Australia taking on Switzerland. Here is Edler. Edler still has it. 3 to shoot. Edler goes to the glass. That's a 2-pointer as well. So the gap is now 5 with 1:21 remaining. Never say never in basketball. Timeout called by Spain. And Austria, who looked out of it in the early stages, have clawed their way back. And we could have an enthralling finish on our hands as we have a look at some of the highlights of what has been a rather entertaining game to conclude day one in the men's portion here of these World Championships. Here is Spain on the ball. Ortega off balance, one-handed, doesn't get it to fall. Ball goes out of bounds. Ortega at the top, a 2. And Haga with the rebound. We enter the final minute here in Spain. Right now, hanging on. Edler, Christoph Edler looks to go glass, doesn't get the fall. Edler gets it to go at the second attempt off the feed from Felega. Great pass from Ortega, and the finish lacking from Lavadiera. There to pick up the pieces was Manuel Lorenzo. Final 40 seconds, Spain up 5. Austria need a miracle, and they're not going to get it with that, as more seconds were shaved off. 32.5 to go, and it is Spain possession. Ignacio Ortega comes out, and Adrian Garcia comes in. Adrian Garcia was looking for the ball. Hubert Haga has it. Haga still has the ball, 7 feet, and it rattles in and out. Garcia, great pass inside. Pablo Lavadiera will go to the foul line. That'll be a 4th team foul on Austria with 7.4 to play. As Lavadiera makes the free throw. And with 7.4 remaining, Edler with it. And Edler with the one-handed shot. That's a good pass, actually, to Hubert Haga, but that'll do it. Spain have come away with the win here in this Pool C encounter. It was a hard-fought game, great game to watch. Spain, though, coming away with a 16-11 win. Austria certainly had their moments, though, but they just couldn't pull it off. But a great game nonetheless, as we leave you with some of the highlights from this game as the men's portion of day 1 concludes, and Kaz Bullock will take us through to the end of day 1. But from me, John Hobbs, I will see you bright and early tomorrow here in Sun City. Goodbye for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach our penultimate contest of the day, it's the ladies from Spain taking on.
Welcome back to the Super Bowl here in Sun City as we get ready for the final session for the women's groups for today. Kaz Bullock here with you on the IWBF YouTube channel. We've got 2 more games left before we wrap things up for day 1. First up in Group B, it's Spain against South Africa. They will be followed by Australia and Switzerland in Group A. So coming out on court, it is Spain. They are looking for their first win of the tournament after a loss to Canada earlier today, 14-7. Coming out on court is Sonia Ruiz, Sara Revuelta, Virginia Perez and Isabel Lopez. Spain wearing white today. And Sara Revuelta coming off winning silver for Spain in 3x3 at the FISU World University Games in Germany just last month. And that experience that she brings out onto the floor is going to be so, so valuable for the team throughout this weekend.
And coming in, representing South Africa.
And we will see South Africa take to the court, sitting at 1 win and 0 losses in Group B after a 5-4 win for Kenya against Kenya this afternoon. Ongezwa Hagu with some big baskets for the team, a really strong rebounder. Watch out for her to crash the boards for South Africa. And alongside her,
And number 10.
Samkelesewe Mbata, Zukiswa Ganza, and Afilili Hakelesiele. South Africa in green out on the court as we get ready to tip things off. So it's been a fantastic day of action here in Sun City so far. It's only day one, 2 more days to come after these games. We have the rest of the group games tomorrow morning, and then in the afternoon the knockout stages will start. It will be the last 16 for the men and the quarter-finals for the women. And then on Sunday we will have the finals and the placing games. So tip is decided by a coin flip. The winner decides whether they want to take the first possession of the game or wait and take the first possession of a potential overtime. So a big thank you to everybody who's been watching throughout the day on the IWBF YouTube channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. You don't want to miss a second of all the action. Also follow along to the IWBF on social media. They're doing a great job really highlighting everything going on at the event. Loads of clips, all the action. Give them a follow as teams are on court, and it will be first possession to South Africa, and it's Hagu to control it for South Africa. Hagu dishes inside Mbata. That's too strong. Ball's tipped into the hands of Spain. And Perez fading away gets the first point of the game for Spain. And Perez, we saw her earlier against Canada, hit some big shots. She can hit from range. She can get inside. She's going to be a really key part to this Spanish team. Hagu. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Hagu will need to launch, and it will be a shot clock violation. And in 3x3 we're playing 10-minute games, 12-minute quarters. Shots inside the arc are worth 1 point. Shots outside are worth 2. As a roll to the basket, and Revuelta takes Spain to 2-0. Mbata. Hagu puts it up off the rim. Spain will get the ball back. And Sonia Ruiz, a 2-time Paralympian for Spain, one of the players that was representing Spain at the 3x3 Europe Cup last year in Austria. Shot short. Perez gets her own rebound though, cleans up the glass and puts the ball back in the hoop. It's a 3-0 lead for Spain here early on. Just over a minute played. Spain looking for the first win after that loss to Canada earlier today. Hagu. Too strong. Ball will go out of bounds. And a Spain possession. Spain with Sara Revuelta and Sonia Ruiz, both playing at the 3x3 Europe Cup last year in Austria, bringing home the gold medal. They went unbeaten in the group stages as Perez can't get the roll. Ball's tipped. Ganza has it for South Africa. Hagu. Working against Revuelta, and a shot clock will expire as we'll have a stop on the floor as Mbata, having taken a tough fall on the floor, will be helped up and she'll get seen to. So we hope she's doing okay. She'll get checked over by the medical team. Looks like she may have just taken a hard fall. She's helped up by the team. So coming up after this game, we will have Australia against Switzerland in Group A. Australia looking to make it 2 wins from 2 and match GB at the top of Group A. So Sam Kelesiwe and Barter just helped off the floor. We hope we'll see her back out on court as Spain roll to the basket. Perez off the glass and in. Spain up to 4 points. 8 minutes and 6 to play here. Hagu. And 12-second violation. So Filili Hachlisale out onto the court as Mbata is looked over. And Hachlisale, she was putting on such a strong defensive performance earlier today against Kenya, just really smothering the ball on defense, making it really difficult as Hagu banks in the shot. Almost off one wheel, a tough shot there for Ongezwa Hagu as she just continues to make tough shots throughout this competition. Perez. Good defense there from South Africa. Perez catches it underneath the basket, under pressure, and the ball is tipped. Spain will go again. Hagu with the rebound. How many times have she done that today? Back to Hagu from the baseline, off the rim. Chased down by Rueth. Rueth with a path to the basket, gets it to go. Hagu with time winding down. That'll be too long. As Spain regain possession. And we will have a timeout. So it is 5-1 to Spain. 6:54 to play here at the IWBF 3x3 World Championships. We are in this Group B matchup between Spain and South Africa. Teams having already played earlier today. They will have another game tomorrow as Spain take on Kenya at 1:10 tomorrow, and South Africa will face Canada just after that at 1:35. And then the quarterfinals will take place tomorrow afternoon. It will be the top of Group A facing off against the 4th place team in Group B and vice versa. Then 2 will play 3 and so on as Perez can't get the roll. Chased down by Hagu. Back to Hagu, 4 seconds. Being pressured by Rueth as the ball gets knocked out of play. Have a substitution for Spain as we see Isabel Lopez get out onto the floor. Rueth looking for Perez. That's a tough catch and a tough shot. Perez able to use a long wingspan, able to get the shot over her opponents as ball is knocked out of bounds. South Africa will go again. Hagu, long shot, bounces off the rim and will go off the wheel of Spain. So South Africa with another chance here to get some points on the board. Hagu, a player that represented South Africa at the very first African Para Games in 2023 in 5x5, winning the silver medal. Playing at the Under-25 World Championships in 2019 and 2023. Has to throw the ball in to save it, can't quite get to it. And it will go out of bounds. Just under 6 minutes to play. Spain up 6-1. Ruiz into Perez. Perez underneath the basket. Drops it in. Ganza. And is fouled. So foul was... Oh, apologies, it wasn't a foul, it was a Spain ball. Hagu working around the outside, looking to break in. You can see the Spanish defense is making it really difficult for South Africa as Hagu puts up a shot, it won't go. And Lopez just hands the ball over to Hagu. Ball checked at the top of the arc. Revuelta off the glass and in. And Spain up to 8 points here. Hagu. Time running down, 2 seconds. Will launch from deep, that won't go. And you can see, just like on the play before, the defensive pressure that Spain are putting on, they're really clogging that outside lane. They're not letting any of those lanes open for South Africa to drive inside, but they will try and take advantage of that as Lopez shot is good. And referee's just going to talk something over here. So we are, oh, shot was not last. So we are 9-1. Apologies, score correction. We are 9-1. Spain leading South Africa. And coming up after this game in Group A, we will have Australia against Switzerland in the final game of the day. Revuelta to the basket, and a tough finish there from Sara Revuelta. Hagu, too strong. Ball tipped, can't save it in, so Spain will have possession. And a substitution for South Africa. As Sam Gelasiwe and Barter back into the game. Great to see her out on the floor after taking that fall earlier. And Ruiz to the basket, that's too strong, but Lopez is there to clean up the glass and put it back in the hoop. Ball is tipped, Spain will get it back. Ball has to be, we have to reset that, the ball has to be checked. Came off a wheel there. So we'll take that again from the top. Ruiz finds a path to the basket, weaving through, gets her own rebound, backs the ball out and splashes it in. Great hustle there from Rueth to follow the shot. There's Hagu for South Africa, 1 second, puts it up, bounces off the rim. And we'll have a timeout on the floor. It's a 12-1 lead for Spain over South Africa, 3:37 to play. The teams head to their timeouts, and as you can see, no head coaches out there on the floor in 3x3. Teams coaching themselves. They will be working with a coach in practice and in preparation, but out there in the game, it is the teams that have to coach themselves. And with Mbata back out on the floor for South Africa, a player that represented the country at the 3x3 Commonwealth Games in 2022 back in Birmingham. She said she wants to see South Africa represent at Paralympic Games. One of her ambitions is to play either in the US or in Germany. A very talented player out on the floor for South Africa. Lopez shots up and won't go. Mbata with the rebound. South Africa looking to put some points on the scoreboard here. Mbata going to take it all the way to the basket. Met from behind there by Lopez. It's a 12-1 Spanish lead. Ruiz finds Lopez fading away, rolls off the rim, and rebounded by Ganza. Spain will get it back. Lopez under the hoop, doing what she does best. Hagu tries to find some space. Looks to get to the basket, met by Ruiz. Spain back on the attack. Ruiz thought about the shot from the foul line. Extra pass inside and taken away by Ganza. Hagu again trying to create some space here for South Africa. The clock is winding down. Shot is short. And goes back with Spain. We have 2:18 to play here. It's a 13-1 Spain lead. Ruiz, the two-time Paralympian, puts up the shot, it rims out. A rebound is secured by Mbata. Since she has come back out on the court, she's been making big plays out here for South Africa as the shot is up and oh, won't get the roll. Perez working her way to the basket. Ruiz there, can't finish, but Perez gets her own rebound and will get that to go. Hard work under the basket results in a point for Spain. Takes them up to 14. Hagu from deep, not that time. Spain possession. We've got 1:28 to play here. Lopez from deep and doesn't drop, gets her own rebound though, another chance for Spain, and it's Lopez, looks to go inside, decides to back it down, dishes into Ruiz and too strong off the glass. Again, Hagu with another big rebound, such a strong rebounder out there. As Mbata has 2 seconds. You can see how quick the shot clock runs down. There's 12 seconds instead of the 24 in the 5x5 game. It's such a fast-paced, dynamic game. As Dishes inside to Revuelta. Scoop layup's good. And Spain are up 15-1 in the final minute. And Barter previously played wheelchair tennis as well as wheelchair basketball, as Hagu launches, won't go. Spain will have the ball. Neither team having committed a foul yet in this game. Very disciplined from both teams, especially considering the defensive pressure that's been put on. Lopez lines it up and chase down. Oh, Spain can't save it in. So South Africa will get it back with 22.8 seconds. Can they get some more points on the board? Barter over to Hagu. Hagu and off the rim. That was a great look though from Hagu. South Africa will get one more chance as the game winds down. 11.4 seconds. Can they make something on this last possession? Hagu hands off to Mbata. Back to Hagu, 2 seconds. Hagu from deep. It won't go. So Spain take the win, 15-1 over South Africa. Congratulations to Spain getting their first win of the tournament so far. South Africa moved to 1 win and 1 loss in Group B, and both teams will go again tomorrow. Spain will play Kenya at 1:10, and South Africa will play Canada at 1:35. So coming up very shortly after this game, we will have the final game in Group A for the day, Australia against Switzerland. So stay tuned to the IWBF YouTube channel. We'll be back very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of the game. Presenting the ladies from Australia alongside Switzerland.
Next up, we have the final game of the day in Group A. It is Australia against Switzerland. Now, Australia won their opener against South Africa, and they're going to be looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 in Group A, which would match Great Britain and put them both at the top of the group. Georgia Munro-Cook and Ebony Stevenson were doing the work inside under the basket for Australia earlier today. They are alongside Tasha Ovens and 3x3 Commonwealth Games silver medalist Hannah Dodd, an Australian legend out there on the floor. Australia playing in yellow as the team are out on the court, lining up on the free throw line, ready for their second game of the day.
Meeting up on the dance floor, the ladies from
And next up, it is Switzerland taking to the court.
Jersey number 8.
As we'll see them come out onto the floor. They lost their opener to Great Britain in the first game of the women's sessions today. They're a new team on the world stage and have 3 players this weekend in Vaira Huber, Louisa Youth and Miriam Waller, all silver medal winners at the 3x3 Europe Cup last year in Austria. A real up-and-coming team with a lot of potential. A lot of people very excited to see this Swiss team out here this weekend.
Give it up.
And Switzerland playing in red. And both of these teams have had a relatively long time between games, around 9 hours they're playing now after their first games, as they were in the first session of the day. So I've had quite a lot of time around, time to practice. All teams getting time on the practice courts that are just behind the court. And again, they will be playing tomorrow to start off the women's session from 12:20. Switzerland will be playing South Africa in the first game, and then Australia and Great Britain will be playing in the second game at 12:45. So right now we have the last game of the day. It's been an absolutely fantastic day of competition here in Sun City. We've had overtimes, we've had buzzer beaters, so let's see what this game has in store. Australia with the first possession, and it's Stevenson to Munro Cook. Good defense there from Huber. As Munro Cook backing away, gets the basket. Oh, we had a 3-second call inside. So that will give Switzerland their first possession. The Swiss national team only established a few years ago. There's a real focus in 3x3 and the program, building it up in Switzerland, as Huber takes the shot and bounces out. Munro Cook comes away with it. Stevenson back to Munro Cook, finds Dodd, roll into the basket, puts it in the hoop. And Hannah Dodd, such an experienced player out there on the floor. Playing for the Sydney University Lions in the 3x3 league in Australia. And this is something that's absolutely fantastic about the Australian league. So they have a 5x5 wheelchair league, but they also have a 3x3 league. And all teams playing in both competitions, playing across them. So being able to build that familiarity with your teammates, being able to get the experience in 3x3 on a weekly basis, as Jude gets the first point for Switzerland. Munro Cook answers for Australia, and it's a 2-1 Australia lead. And having that experience week in, week out for the Australian team, really valuable. It's great to see the growth of 3x3. As Jude again to the basket, that one's too strong, but ball's tipped. Munro Cook comes away with it, as Huber fighting to save it in. And that is exactly what we saw from Vaira Huber throughout the game earlier this morning. She is a hustler. She's going to chase after every single ball, whether it's flying about the court. She's going to give her absolute all to save that ball in for Switzerland. Stevenson to Munro Cook inside. Oh, extra pass to Dodd. Will roll off. She gets her own rebound. And Munro Cook, that's short. Australia with a few chances at the rim there, and we'll have a 3-second call, goes against Australia. 2-1 Wombats lead. Huber looking to find a way to the basket. What a pass to Jude. Jude spins, passes over to Huber. Switzerland don't come away with any score on that possession, but what a pass there into Jude. The precision, the timing, that is an incredible sight there from Huber. She's got eyes in the back of her head. Dodd round the outside, long shot, bounces off. Can't chase down the rebound, and Switzerland will get it back. Chance to tie here, 8:12 to play. Huber using the screen from Hughes. Back into youth. This is working so well for Switzerland. As Waller, time will expire. And yes, on both those possessions, Switzerland haven't come away with the score, but you can see what they are doing. And the scores will come, the baskets will come. And for such a young team, an average age of just under 21, showing so much potential out there on the court. Waller, over to Huber. Back to Waller, and shot clock violation. It will be Australia ball. So Munro Cook will take it from the top. Representing the Sydney Metro Blues in the Australian League this season. Munro Cook works against Jude, spinning, and we'll just have a stop on the floor as Stevenson will be helped up. Munro Cook for the Sydney Metro Blues this season for the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League in Australia, leads the league in points per game with a huge 23.2 and 10.2 rebounds along with 3.9 assists. She just does a bit of everything out there on court for her team. And a really adaptable player as well. She's a leader out there, and she'll do exactly what her team need her to do. She will play that role that's going to help the team win as she puts it up from the elbow. And Jude with the rebound. Huber can't quite get inside. This is over to Waller. Waller under pressure. Doesn't go, but Huber chases down the rebound, and a fresh 12 for Switzerland. Long pass over to Jude, working against Dodd. And 12-second violation. You see how quick the 12-second shot clock goes in 3x3. Not the 24 that we have in 5-on-5. And it's such a quick, fast-paced, dynamic game. And we'll take a timeout. It's a 2-1 lead for Australia here with 6:58 to play. Australia have done a really good job of getting inside underneath the basket. You see Munro Cook being able to get those looks. I think that's something they're going to keep looking for, but they're also a team that have a lot of three-point threats out there. Tasha Ovens leading the league in the Women's National Wheelchair Basketball League in three-pointers made this season. And just behind her in second place is Georgia Munro Cook. So they are a team that can shoot from range, which makes them such a dangerous proposition to come up against, because they can just do a bit of everything out there. As Ovens, pass will go out of bounds. Switzerland will have it a chance to tie here for Switzerland, as Ebony Stevenson will check back in for Australia. Waller up against Munro Cook, passes over to Jude and gets the roll. We are tied at 2-all, and Louisa Jude has done a fantastic job of finding that space inside, receiving the passes from her teammates, gets rewarded with a finish at the rim. Huber long two, bounces off, rebounds tipped, and out to Ovens, passing into Munro Cook. Oh, what a difficult shot there. Munro Cook just making it look easy. Australia will go back up one. Ball will be checked, and Ovens will take it for Australia. Ovens, having represented Australia at the Paralympics in Tokyo in 2020. Swings the ball to Munro Cook, fading away. That's a big shot for Munro Cook. And the ball is loose, picked up by Waller. Huber, 3 seconds on the shot clock. Waller will need to put something up. She does, and the referee will call a violation on the shot clock. got something on the floor, just cleaning up on the floor. It will be Australia ball. Just under 6 minutes to play. It's a 2-point Australia lead. Monroe Cook lines it up, knocks it down. Takes Australia up to 5 and intercepts the ball. Another chance here for Australia. Stevenson back to Monroe Cook. 6 seconds. Ovens roll into the rim. Adds in another for Australia. Yude to Waller. Manages to keep it alive. Waller to Huber. Takes it to the basket. And Monroe Cook inside, in off the glass again. That's what she does so well. Positions herself under the basket. As Waller on the baseline. Huber pass over to Yude, and that'll be off the front of the rim. It will be Australia ball. Australia foul, apologies. First foul on Australia. So that will give Louisa Yude a shot from the foul line. A player that creates a lot of space for her teammates out there on the floor. A really good defender. And doesn't get the roll on the free throw, but Waller grabs the rebound. We've got a jump ball though, as Monroe Cook dived in. God, has it for Australia. Using the screen from Monroe Cook. Dodd shots up and won't go. Waller with the rebound. Switzerland need to clear it here. And ball will go out of bounds. Four-point Australia lead. Monroe Cook working to create some space. Can't get the roll. Picked up by Waller. She's done a great job rebounding today. As Huber back to Waller. Waller works against Monroe Cook, and time will expire there. Good defense from Australia. You can see the pressure that they're putting on. Stevenson finds Monroe Cook. Shots up, shots down! And Waller can't save it inside. And Switzerland call for a timeout. So 8-3 Australia lead. Oh my goodness, it's been a long day. Australia lead here, 4 minutes and 7 to play. And you see here, Switzerland down there with 3 players out on the court. They have been playing all day and all weekend. They will be playing with 3 players. They don't have a substitution, and they did exactly the same at the 3x3 Europe Cup in Austria, where they came home with a silver medal. They are a really well-conditioned team to be able to play as they do with 3 players, and without that substitution, without getting that extra rest, just that break to give yourself a couple of minutes to recover, because it is such a fast-paced, high-intensity game. So back on the floor, Stevenson finds Monroe Cook. Thought about the shot. Drops it into Dodd, who finishes. Hannah Dodd started playing after the London 2012 Paralympics. I'm sure everyone in Australia is really glad that she did. And around the world, because it's always great to see Dodd out there on court as she gets to the basket, gets the whistle. So Dodd is going to go to the foul line. And we'll have a timeout first before the shots. Dodd named Queensland Wheelchair Athlete of the Year in 2022, and also the Wheelchair Basketball Association's MVP in 2024. Just a decorated player who plays out in Europe for half of the year and then goes and plays back in Australia for the other half. So a lot of these players, and you'll see them throughout the course of this one, they play so much basketball throughout the course of the season. If they're playing 5x5, 3x3, playing for their countries, playing domestically, playing internationally. And it really shows the growth of the game across the world. Really reflecting the IWBF's commitment to doing so, as Dodd nails the free throw. It's a 10-3 lead for Australia. Stevenson at just 15 years old out there on court for the Wombats. Munro Cook, shot doesn't drop. Ovens can't keep the rebound. But again, you see there, that's the hustle out there from Vyra Huber. Every single time she's chasing down that ball, when it looks like Australia could secure that rebound, no, she'll just pop out, knock the ball out of bounds, and force teams to reset. Huber. Ball's knocked away. Stevenson comes away with it. Ovens into Munro Cook, and that's good. Australia increased their lead here, 11-3. Just 3 minutes to play as Huber fades away. Doesn't get that to go. Ovens has space for the shot. She'll take it. That one won't fall. And we'll go out of bounds. It will be a Switzerland ball. And great to see the support from the Swiss fans in the crowd. Louisa Yude's mom out there supporting her, cheering her on, making some noise as Yude goes to the basket. Doesn't fall, but Waller has the rebound and finishes at the basket. And Switzerland surpassing their points total from earlier today against Great Britain. Munro Cook under pressure from Waller. Oh, what a shot! Georgia Munro Cook making the difficult basket after difficult basket. Huber answers for Switzerland. Blow for blow here in the last few minutes. Huber so composed when you see her out there on the floor. Takes her time, lined up her shot, splashes it in. Stevenson to Munro Cook. Inside to Ovens, using the glass. Switzerland and Huber look to answer. Baseline shot won't fall. And ball's cleared by Stevenson. Ovens inside, that's too strong. And Waller with the rebound again. Miriam Waller has done a really fantastic job rebounding for Switzerland. We've seen her crushing those boards. 1 second to go, and that will be a violation. Again, you see the pressure that Australia are putting on defensively, trapping in the corner, making it difficult for Switzerland to get the shot that they want. Dodd comes back into the game for Australia. Munro Cook on the wing and gets the bounce. Australia up to 14 points. Waller, Huber, Yude won't drop. And a 14-5 lead for Australia here over Switzerland. Stevenson to Munro Cook. Dodd caught underneath the basket. Good defense there from you, just pushing pushing Dodd sort of too far underneath the basket, so she can't get the look that she wants. Huber lines it up. Won't fall. Waller again with another rebound for Switzerland. She's been doing that all day long. Gonna take the shot and make it. Doing it on both ends of the floor. Defense to offense. And 3-second call goes against Australia. So Switzerland will get it back. Switzerland have now doubled their total from their first game, their opening game against Great Britain, up to 6 points. Huber. Using the screen from Hughes. Has space and sinks it! Vyra Huber has such an efficient mid-range shot. When she gets that look, when she can take the time, when she's using those screens that give her the space and time to do so, she is deadly. Monroe Cook looks to answer. Gets her own rebound. Fresh 12 for Australia. 9 seconds to go. Monroe Cook banks it in. 4 seconds and ball goes out of bounds. Clock will stop with 1.6 on it. But Australia with a 15-7 lead here will move to 2-0 in Group A. And Monroe Cook from the top doesn't get that to go as the buzzer sounds. So congratulations to Australia, a 15-7 win over Switzerland. They are now tied with Great Britain at 2 wins and 0 losses in Group A. Both of those teams will face off tomorrow at 12:45 for the battle for the top spot in Group A. Tune in to the IWBF YouTube channel tomorrow, because that is, among all of the other games, certainly one that you don't want to miss. And Switzerland, 7 points, their highest score of the tournament so far. Doing a fantastic job out there. Again, no substitutions for the Swiss team, but they go again tomorrow. And they will be playing against South Africa at 12:20 in the final group game for them in Group A. So that will do it for us here today in day one. We've had an absolutely brilliant day of non-stop 3x3 action. A big thank you to everybody who's joined us live on the IWBF YouTube channel. Anyone that's been following along, if you've been down here in Sun City, if you're in the area, or if you're in Johannesburg and fancy a drive, come on down. We've got an absolutely fantastic venue, a great atmosphere, and it's just been a fantastic start to the weekend. And a big thank you to RGK Wheelchairs. They've got their maintenance team working really hard, looking after all the athletes and their chairs. And to Wheelchair Basketball South Africa, organising such an absolutely incredible event. That was so much fun today. Let's do it all again tomorrow. The day will start off at 10:40 local time. We'll start the day with the men's Group A fixtures, and Croatia and Egypt will start things off, and we'll have the group stages and then the knockouts in the afternoon. So a big thank you to everybody who's watched us live today. From myself, Kaz Bullock, and from John Hobbs, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.